friends, and welcome to another broadcast with me, Elita, and Lady Natsaloto, and little Starla here. So, let us just make sure that we are broadcasting. Should have a notification that I'm live on my channel. Maybe it's not working. Nothing's come up yet. Let's try on here. Here we go. Yeah, we are broadcasting, it's fine. Right, so, without further ado, let us continue. First thing I'm going to do is go to the full commander, exchange full lives, show recently added items, so there's nothing in these three categories. There is a new mount, a horn that when blown brings an Alexandrian axe peak lumbering to your side. So let us purchase that. Under the patronage of its mistress Rowena, this reptilian bird has led a pampered life. However, when a customer requested a specimen of the beast of the same name native to Thanalan, it was mistakenly transported all the way from Tural. The error did not come to light until it was too late, and the creature ended up in your care. How do you even hope to survive with even more beaks to feed? A quote from Sanu Vanu. Let us summon this little beastie. So this is what the bugger looks like. There we go. We have a new mount. Let us go outside and watch it fly. Outside and watch it fly. This way. This way. Come on. They need to have more mounts that have unique music. Oh my god, look at his little earwings! His little earwings are flying! Oh, that's amazing, I love it. Oh, that's so cute. Whee! Yeah. Anyway. Now that that's done, let us see what the story has to say. Warm fare-thee-wells can ease the sting of partings, as we come to terms with an absence not soon forgotten. To tell those we hold dear what they meant to us, and to wish them all the best, we should seize that chance whenever we can. In fate's footsteps, Cryle has a wistful glint in her eyes. I trust you were able to get plenty of rest. Good. I thought we might take a moment to ponder our next steps, and perhaps reflect on our recent journey. I must admit my thoughts often drift to the Mist Continent and our stay in Trino. It was heartening to see the Malala prosper despite the odds, and my own flesh and blood strive in that living-racked landscape. Sveen was eager to restore diplomatic relations, and I have no doubt that Alexandria will provide much-needed support for their neighbour. I too shall do everything I can to aid my home away from home, my wonderful welcome and family included. For the time being, though, I'd say we've accomplished all within our power. I suppose that just leaves the matter of preservation's research. It is yet unclear how Calix learned the techniques he used to summon his dark primal. And yet, there is likewise that remains unknown about the key. Let us hope that Shale's efforts bear more fruit. Can you hear me? Shale and I have been reviewing the decrypted files and have uncovered some intriguing details. Would you care to join us? We'll be with you right away. Excellent. Shale seems rather eager to speak with you all. Come and find us in the Dawntrail lab when you're ready. Uncanny timing indeed. Let us make for the containment complex. Oh, up that way, okay. I guess that makes sense. I thought we would have to go to the other area. I forgot we're doing stuff up here. God, it's a long, long walk. It's a long walk. Long, long walk. A long walk. Heading for the containment complex right this way. Yes, let's go! I like this tune. It's nice and calming. Given that all the data stored within electric devices, Shale's expertise has proven invaluable.
You're just in time for a progress report. The decryption is finally complete. As we suspected, the data represents a partial record of Preservation's research documents. A quick scan of the files, however, failed to turn up the information Y'shtola was after.
Indeed. No mention of the Ascians, or primal summoning techniques for that matter. While Calix doubtless received instruction from someone possessed of such knowledge, there was naught to identify this benevolent mentor. I am, however, pleased to say that we found several reports concerning the key.
We know the key is used to open paths between worlds, and was a treasured relic of the Milala. And just as the Milala were unable to return after reaching the Mist Continent, so too was Preservation unable to gain a mastery of the prize which had passed into their possession. The data suggests that a particular formula or procedure is required. A process which Calyx appears to have understood to some degree. Yet the key proved fickle. Perfectly replicating conditions was no guarantee of success. And even when they did manage to generate a modest portal, the destination was never the one they expected. The reports practically screamed their frustration, describing the experience as being dragged around by a traveler picking roads without rhyme or reason. Serves them right, I say.
After much trial and error, Preservation began to experiment with external actuation devices for the key. Striving to maintain a stable pathway to a chosen location, they conceived of the technology that forms the gate to the Golden City.
So, their tribulations ultimately afforded them control of the key, albeit in a limited capacity, which, of course, explains why they were able to instruct Soralja in its use, thus enabling the unprecedented feat of transferring Everkeep and its environs to the Source. After the Endless Fiend took the key unto herself, she opened pathways to other reflections in her hunt for ether, did she not?
The Milala merely used it to facilitate their exodus. To think what the key has now wrought in different hands.
For all we know, the actuation device augmented the key's power beyond its intended scope. Were your goal to plunder whole worlds of their ether, a tool designed to simply transfer people would likely be insufficient.
Shale, I don't suppose you would be able to remove the actuation device?
The machine made for that very purpose is still functional, thankfully. It shouldn't be a problem.
What do you think? We don't even know how the key works. If the device is somehow interfering or amplifying its capabilities, I believe we ought to remove it.
Give me a moment.
Looks like a twisted oversight. What do you see through your ether eyes?
My word. Ishtola?
This is the first time I've beheld the key in all its unobscured glory. The sheer density is extraordinary. 'Tis akin to the structures we saw beneath the Tempest.
Now that you mention it, the ornamentation is reminiscent of Amarot.
Have you noticed anything since the key has been in your possession?
It reminds me of Azam's crystal.
You're suggesting the key has some connection with Azam? A plausible theory, although one we are yet unequipped to prove.
My apologies. Hello? Yes, this is Cryle speaking. That was Ojika with a message for us.
Oh?
An urgent matter?
I'm not altogether sure. Tataru requires our counsel, and hoped to call upon us in person at the Baldessian Annex. Though disappointed we were not present, she appeared content to wait until our travels brought us back to Sharlayan, insisting that it did not merit our immediate summons. Her tone suggested otherwise, however, and Ojika felt compelled to contact us directly.
Mayhap the time has come for another journey across the salt.
We could just use the ether to, teleport there.
You'd best go. Though I'll not deny that I'll be sad to see you leave.
Oh, Shale. I can't even begin to thank you for all you've done. We will be forever indebted to you and your Oblivion colleagues.
The debt is ours. We'll never forget the sacrifices you've made for us, for Alexandria. In the meantime, I shall keep sifting through the data. You'll hear as soon as I find anything of note.
Actually, I should like to stay here a little longer, if you don't mind.
You are most welcome.
And might I borrow the key for a while? I wish to study it further. With the utmost care, I assure you.
Well then, shall we be off? Ojika will be expecting us.
My colleagues will be just as saddened by your departure. Until we meet again, safe journeys. Given that preservation could not unlock the secrets of the key, it should come as no surprise that we too struggle to understand its nature. In any event, do give Tataru my regards when you see her. I ought to mention that we also uncovered information unrelated to the key. According to Shale, certain confidential reports are now accessible via devices in the Researcher's Commons and the Director's Office. You might wish to peruse these files before you depart for Charlayan. Courtesy of Shale's description efforts, the previously inaccessible research objectives section is now available for perusal. For security reasons, Containment Complex 1029 has been registered as the Materials Distribution Center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly, both inside and outside the facility. Each employee must perform their tasks within the designated workrooms. The Researcher's Commons, the Proto Lab, or the Draconia Lab. Entrance into another workroom without official clearance is strictly prohibited. Carry your security cards at all times. Your clearance level dictates the areas to which you have access. Equip your regulator at all times. Due to the highly confidential nature of the research materials and other data managed within this complex, Preservation retains ownership of and the rights to modify the memories of all registered personnel. The primary research objective of Containment Complex 1029 is the indefinite preservation of the Endless. Continued improvements to soul and cell and regular functionality are intended to facilitate the Endless Fiend's management of living memory. It is via this process of iteration that we endeavour to identify and resolve any and all issues inherent to Endless creation. Chief among known issues is our present inability to control the key, for if we fail to secure the reflections as additional sources of ether, our ultimate goal will remain forever out of reach. Complex Director Demetrius, Protolab Chief Esfer, Deuterolab Chief Redacted. Amongst other personal effects, you find what's previously the Director's data tablet. Close locker stands next to the table. Search the locker. First the locker swings open. Yeah, let's put that away. It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. Examine the data tablet. Upon activating the device, a newly accessible section titled Memory Duplication catches your eye. Daily reports. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for ether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Malala researchers. Major incident. Details in full report. Those 2 inept Malala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, Our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calix's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep it in this complex in pristine condition, whether it is be needed for experiments or otherwise. It must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calix requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Memory duplication. It is well known that the Alexandrian royal family promulgated a number of fundamental principles governing endless research. Among these was the strict prohibition on memory duplication. However, in the wake of the storm surge, the provisional government sought to revive this prohibition and make one key exception, Queen Sphene. The decision was ultimately made to equip her endless counterpart with a Tierra variant regulator, thereby enabling the routine backup of her memories. Intriguingly, it was Master Calix who objected most strenuously to this proposal. It was his assertion that one's corporeal form, whether flesh and blood or endless construct, is nothing more than a vessel, and that as a vessel it is to be modified and experimented upon should circumstances require it. Memory, however, was sacrosanct and inviolable, the very essence of life and personhood. When Master Calix eventually acquiesced to the proposal of government request, a number of this faculty's personnel duplicated their memories to verify the efficacy of the technology. Yet Master Calix refused to even entertain the notion. To this day he has avoided creating even a single backup of his own memories, a resolution which I myself have chosen to emulate. Figuring out how to get into there earlier. And there was nothing specific in here. So yeah, I've seen nothing new here. Well now, how good of you to come see me again. You're always welcome at the Neon Stein, adorable. You heading to the back room? I want to see who's in here, if there was people. day in, day out, just concentrating on what's right in front of me till I crafted a piece I can be proud of. That's what life is all about. Right, back to it then. These tools ain't gonna hop up and do the job themselves. We're developing new high-security arcing circuits. I have to submit a restless question for spare parts. I can't go through that area anymore. Okay, so nothing new going on here. Right, let us go to here. That makes it easier. Actually, oh dear, it occurs to me that I neglected to bring gifts from Terral. Considering the extra work they had to handle in my absence, I dare say I owe them a veritable mountain of snacks at the very least. I thought it'd be best to hear what Ojika has to say ere we meet with Tataru. I do hope she's well. I wonder if I can go in here. I guess there's nobody in here. Welcome back, and what a pleasure it is to see you too, Elita. Thank you for contacting us, Sojika. We came as soon as we could. Of course, I felt it prudent, given how troubled Tataru was. Your concern is much appreciated. As it so happens, we've reached a convenient juncture in our investigation. Sheila and Yustula have matters well in hand, leaving us free to make this trip. That's a relief to hear. Now, let me fetch Tataru for you. Why don't you take a moment to relax in the main hall? I'm sure you're still fatigued from your journey. I shan't be long, but you can unwind in the main hall while I'm gone. Only now is it beginning to feel like we've actually returned. Such fond memories within these four walls. Given how frequently Tataru is away on business these days, it's a small miracle we're in the same place at the same time. One wonders where we're venturing to next.
Planning your next journey?
Oh no, just reminiscing. Thinking back to when you bought this map. and how you all encouraged me to make the voyage to Tural.
Are you glad you did?
As if you need ask.
Welcome back.
Wonderful to see you again, Tattoo.
I'm so glad you're here.
Ojika contacted us. He intimated that you were rather concerned. Come to think of it, Alphino said he and Alize would pay you a visit upon their return. Have you not seen them?
Oh no, they were here. I was regaled with many a tale of your Turali adventures. It was only once they departed for Garlemord that the rumors came to my attention. Rather alarmingly, void-sent sightings seem to be on the rise across the star. I was reluctant to bother you with mere hearsay, especially when you had more pressing matters to contend with. But earlier I received a confidential report from the Grand Company of Eorzea. It's as if a mighty dam has been breached, flooding the land with foul creatures. For a blessing, most nations have managed to keep the invaders in check, and casualties appear to be minimal thus far. Though the same cannot be said for those regions with a deeper connection to the void. Their fissures continue to manifest without end, putting countless innocents in danger.
A deeper connection to the void. Garlemald is the home of the Reapers, is it not?
It is. Alphino and Alize were there when the trouble began, and have since sent word that the situation has taken a dreadful turn.
Thus concludes the abridged account of our time in Tural. Now I shall leave you with the words of the late Dawn servant, Galul Jajar. Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship. A notion that rings true for Eorzeans no less than it does for the diverse peoples of Tuliolo.
And for Garleans as well. Even sharing something as simple as a local dish can pave avenues of understanding. It's up to all of us to forge new bonds, together.
Thank you for sharing your tale. Better they hear it firsthand than endure my clumsy retelling. Your words give me hope that we might achieve something similar here in Garlemald.
We all have the capacity to affect change. Our time in Tural taught us that much. And now that we've returned, it's time we rolled up our sleeves and got back to work.
I've already sent missives to the other nations, informing them of our Alexandrian friends. I also intend to notify the Garlean community officially. If both sides are amenable to the proposition, we shall gladly assist in establishing diplomatic relations with Alexandria and Tuliolol.
Thank you. But are you sure you've recovered from your journey? It sounded like you've hardly had time to catch your breath.
Sir! Lapis Manalis is overrun with void scent. We've sustained heavy civilian casualties.
What?
Deuterium Squadron reporting in. We're under attack. Void scent appeared out of nowhere and ambushed us during a routine inspection. Damn it. Is that another fissure? No, no, no! Ah!
My comrades are under attack. We have to do something.
There's no time to lose! Come on!
The Garlean community is ill-equipped to defend themselves against such a threat. Even with the aid of the twins and the Ilzabard contingent, they face daunting odds.
We shall leave for Garlemald immediately.
Thank you. I was able to contact Thancred and Urianger too. They're already on their way. With any luck, you'll be able to rendezvous with them on arrival.
Let's go. Clearly we made the right decision to come to Cerulean, though I dearly wish the circumstances of our return were not so grave. I don't believe we've seen Thancred and Urianger since their battle with the Endless Fiend, have we? They too must have returned here at some point. I've been told that Alphinaud and Alize have withdrawn to Tertium to request aid on the front lines. They seemed intent on rejoining the battle once reinforcements were ready, but I shall tell them to wait until you arrive. Sorry to send you packing so soon after your homecoming, but Garlemald desperately need your aid. You say the same. Two worlds entwined. Grahatia wears a pensive expression. And just like that, we find ourselves faced with another emergency. Fortunately, there is time yet for us to make a difference. Let us make haste for Tertium. And you say the same again. It's been far too long, Elita. Well met, my friend. Now let us hearken unto Alphinaud's words. Thank you for coming at such short notice. I'm glad you're here. Ah, Elita, you made it in time.
You picked a frosty spot for a reunion.
Tataru sent word that you were coming. Full glad am I to see you all. though I'm afraid this is no time for pleasantries. Planar fissures have opened up across Garlemald, inundating the region with void scent. As far as we can ascertain, there are 2 focal points of their assault. The Ilzabard contingent are combating the threat in Lapis Manalis. Although they have suffered casualties, they appear to have the upper hand.
As well they should. The many talented Uldan thaumaturges among them should be more than capable of closing any fissures they encounter.
Which leaves the second focal point, the Clutium. Eulus and the Garlean community are attempting to mount a counterattack, but are struggling to cope with the sheer number of Voidsent. They've fallen back to the north of the Imperial Palace. Can you lend your aid in securing the area?
With your blessing, I would tend to the wounded returning from battle.
Of course, Kryl. Thank you. The quickest route from here to the front is via the train tracks. Once we arrive, we can support the Garlean forces as we make for the fissure in the munitions factory.
I've often thought that if I had been more adept in tending to wounded of solution now, perhaps not so many have been lost. I shall do my utmost to see that I do not look back on this battle with regret. In these frosty climes the weather is much adversary as any void sent. We ought not tarry. The Clutium once supplied the Imperial Army with all manner of munitions and war machina. Like many such faculties, I am told it fell ruined in the wake of the Empire's collapse. Even with Magitech support, the Guardians are struggling to beat back the Void Scent. We must join them as soon as possible. I can't say I have your knack for dispatching Void Scent, but our time in Tural gave me many opportunities to hone my skills. You shan't find me wanting. I have seen to my preparations. I suggest we sally forth ere the cold winds sap strength.
I stand ever ready. Mitre. I stand ever ready.
I am restricted to those 3. I have no choice. Even for the trust, don't hold back. They just keep coming. How about you? They don't stand a chance.
You're a sight for sore eyes. We'll handle things from here. Take care of the fissure.
Hang in there. An amalgamation of beast and machine? That baleful eye, be on your guard.
Allow me.
That was a strange encounter. We must keep going. Oh, all this cerulean. Cerulean fires everywhere. Awfully persistent.
You underestimate me! Ooh, the trees on fire look kind of cool, but damn. They're everywhere. Let's make short work of them.
I may?
Ooh, purple, wet trees. Crazy. What's going on here? I don't like the looks of this fella. They're up to something. Be on your guard. Oh my goodness, look at the size of that guy's belly. Where we came from up there, we look at the trees. Now it looks like we're going into the actual facility itself. outside. And then we come in here. You see all the burning civilians. Did you guys see anything? Nothing since the last one. Looks like we go through here. Fusion! Meow! How exhilarating! Something tells me it wasn't designed for people. I see. Well, I see lots of void thingies. All over the place. Ooh. Whee! Let's put an end to this.
Welcome to my domain, mortal.
Oh, that was a good one. You call him mortal. What are they doing? Ooh. I was not expecting this. Bullshit, I was out of that like ages ago. How do I stop that? Don't worry, I have my armor. There's no fight left in them now. I wager this creature is not long for this world. We need only close the fissure. Don't worry, I have my eye on them. There's no fight left in them now. They still breathe, albeit faintly. And there's still some portals going about. They do look kind of cute though.
I think that's all of them.
We need but seal the fissure to prevent further ingress.
It's over. I can only imagine the extent of the damage were it not for your aid. On behalf of the Garlean community, I thank you for all you've done for my people, for my home.
I shall close the fissure post-haste.
Wait! If you do that, I will be trapped here.
You risked your life in vanquishing the creature. Would you at least let me bear the burden of deciding its fate? You want to go back? To the Void? Your kind have entered this realm before. Some seeking death that they might rejoin the life stream. But you would choose that dark, deathless place?
The wind is fresh and pure, untouched by darkness. Perhaps it won't be a blessing to meet my end in such a place. But I cannot yet bear to part with the Void. If only the winds would blow there, as they do here. I long to return, to see my home unsullied, as it once was.
We know that pain all too well. If that is your wish, you must forsake this aggression. Go back to the Void and devote yourself to its restoration. I have a friend, Zero, who hails from your home. She and her companions strive to bring light into the Void from another world blighted with imbalance. I hear their efforts have already met with some success. One day, they'll drive the darkness from the Void, I'm sure of it.
His form is imbued with the will of all those I consumed. We shall return to our world and seek out this Zero. Then we shall see if there is truth in your words.
She won't disappoint you. That much I guarantee.
Bravo! I think Zero will approve.
Oh,
Indeed, that was truly heartening to see.
Understanding begets fellowship, right? I thought I might lead by example.
Well then, shall we head back?
That boy's come a long way. All credit to Zero for nudging him in the right direction. With the Credium's fissure sealed, I dare say the Void Scent incursion is at an end. Void Scent not only absorbs the ether of those they consume, but their thoughts as well. With such a legion of minds at their disposal, one hopes they prove a capable ally for Zero. You have my heartfelt appreciation. Without your intervention, I have no doubt the casualties would have been far greater. Julius was quick to put our words, or rather, those of the Dawn Servant, into practice. Reports have begun trickling in. By all accounts, the Ilsabard contingent was successful in containing the threat on their front. For Void Scent to attack in such numbers, just as we were finding our feet, and I daren't imagine the consequences had you not provided such timely aid. On behalf of my comrades, thank you all. As you might have gathered, the Dawn Servant's wisdom struck a chord. I only hope my words resonate as strongly with the Void Scent unite. Just... conversation topics. A crave presentiment. Something weighs heavily on Thancred's mind.
The Ilsabard contingent have contained the threat on their front. Things appear to be under control for the time being. Though it remains unclear why the fissures opened up in the first place. According to Tataru, similar ruptures are occurring across the star.
One thing is clear, however. The phenomenon is not without pattern. The tendency for fissures to emerge is pronounced in regions deeply connected to the void. Places where the barrier between the two worlds is at its thinnest.
I fear there may be a place in far greater peril than Garlemald. Though it hath since been sealed, you will recall there is a great void gate that we ourselves had cause to open. A gate which was instrumental in our bid to reunite Vritra with his sister and put an end to Golbez's dark plot.
Oh gods. The moon.
With our attention fixed upon planar fissures, I failed to consider this vulnerability. All other paths unto the void are but pinpricks in the veil compared to that great lunar rift.
And that rift might be yawning open as we speak. We'd better hurry.
Let us make for Bestway's burrow. I dare say the Loperites are well aware of current events.
We ought to have Kryl join us once she finishes tending to the wounded. I shall likewise contact Y'shtola. Her knowledge of the moon's void gate is second to none.
A number of my fellow Garleans now call Mare Lamentorum home. Alphino, Alize, please see they come to no harm.
We'll be back before you know it.
A quick word, if you will. I'm not sure whether you'll run into Zero during the course of all this, but if you do, would you give this to her? Emergency rations, in case of a protracted battle. Can't imagine she's eating all that well in the void. She likes dumplings.
Given thy panicked state, I presume the Loporrits too are beset with void scent.
Oh, what sweet relief it is to see you all! Yes, void scent, and lots of them. They suddenly came pouring forth from the crater.
I had dearly hoped to find my worries unfounded.
For some unknown reason, the void gate seems to have partially opened. Living Ray dashed off to activate the brands and halt the Fiend's invasion, but she hasn't come back, and we've since lost contact.
No.
I suggest we make for the brands without delay.
What if I had shown up on emails? If it shows me on my emails. It's definitely alive. I was so frightened, I dared not move an elm. You're looking for Livingway? I think I saw her heading southwest towards the drowning Brand. She had several slaughter spots in tow, but don't worry. I worry they won't be enough for all the void, so you'd better hurry.
I'm saved! I dread to think what would have befallen me if you hadn't intervened. Oh, I was never in any real danger, of course. I knew you would realize our plight and rush to our rescue. Atheris is likewise plagued with void scent. If only we'd prioritized further development of the void scent slaughter bots, we could have stemmed the tide ourselves. Oh, what a tremendous demonstration that would have been. Irrefutable proof that I was mankind's staunchest ally and the greatest lubberate to ever live. I can practically taste the praise. Fortunately, I was able to activate the brands. Should any more void scent emerge from the gate, they ought to be confined to the crater. Unless, of course, the void gate begins to expand of its own accord, or some gargantuan monstrosity tries to barge through. I don't foresee any major problems.
You had to jinx it, didn't you?
Oh, nope. We're doomed.
There you are.
I left the data in Shale's capable hands and teleported here as soon as I heard. And ere you ask, I made sure to bring the key with me.
Oh, thank goodness.
Then the real threat yet awaits us.
'Tis Golbez's domain beyond the Void Gate. I wonder how he and Zero are faring. By the 12.
They're headed your way! Let them come.
Hey, Vera. Hey, girlfriend.
What are you doing here?
That's what I'd like to know. No time to explain.
Trust you to state the obvious. May as well make yourself useful. The gate's sheer size appears to have made it a tempting target.
Oh, hello.
NOO, a dread void scent risen from the benighted depths of the ocean. They kept to the confines of their domain while Zeromus endured. No longer, it would seem. And once they had discovered a path to the Red Moon, they wasted no time in making the journey.
Leave the void scent nearby to us. You take care of NOO.
Give it to me, I'll just slay another god of sorts.
Facing this many foes calls for a more familiar approach.
Hey, you're wielding paladin arms. You can change jobs now?
Voidsent can change their form at will. Both light and darkness are mine to wield.
So cool.
Besides, what better to purge darkness from the void than darkness itself?
You're so cool.
Face me, a mere mortal. Hast thou come in search of power, renown, fight to end this world without end. All who stand before me shall fall.
Oh my god, that music! Oh my god. That one. I think it's the playground. I like this music. Oh, look at the tendrils. Just go on. Hello. Here we go. There it is. Oh my god, he looks so cool. Popcorn. Let's go! Something that's not in there.
We shall quake before the sunken dark. The Void's power is mine to wield. Doth the yawning rift not tempt you?
I breathe the darkness. Let the light guide you.
You must break free.
Underlings are no more. Now to deal with anyone.
Life and death rendered meaningless.
Light, protect us.
I will not yield my domain! Such is the power of the void. The Void's power is mine to wield. Thus did all bounty cease to live. Behold the truth of this world! Accept your downfall.
What's happening with that thing? moving too quick for me.
Perish. Doth the yawning rift not tempt you? Be still.
They must be sealed away.
Hello. It's over. Inua's pain is at an end. Oh shit, I can fall off. No, it's good to see you. Mwah.
I'm glad you came. We would have struggled to face Enuo alone. I presume you journeyed here to prevent more Voidsent from passing through the gate.
With Enuo defeated, there are none left in this realm who pose a serious threat. I dare say the problem is resolved.
Alas, Voidsent had been emerging from fissures across the source.
Cause for alarm indeed. Tell us more. So the breach wasn't limited to the Void Gate. For better or worse, precious little has changed in the 13th since the Romus fell. Have you noticed anything unusual?
I know not the reason events have unfolded this way, but there is, perhaps, an explanation as to why the Void Gate and the fissures opened. Here, in my domain, even the slightest change is keenly felt. When the gate opened, I sensed not the workings of some external force. Rather, it felt as if the barrier between our worlds was weakening naturally, moment by moment. until the two came to meet.
And you think this weakening could be happening elsewhere?
'Tis a possibility.
What of Razat-Han and Garlemald? Eulus took mercy upon the interloper.
Yes, he also asked me to give you this.
Whether Void Scent or Garlean, we all share the same longing for home. Should we meet, I will gladly offer them aid. Please tell Eulus as much. Wait, how exactly did you get here? No mortal could traverse the Void Gate in its current state. And this path of yours is still there. I cannot see it.
Nor does it reveal itself to me. Perhaps the path serves only the key-bearer.
So it is not a means to travel freely back and forth. A pity. I would have liked to see my friends again.
That key of yours intrigues me. Had my former self known of its existence, I might have sought different means to reach the source. Something for me. A paper parcel full of still warm dumplings packed with care by Julius. That smell! Food, is it? I recall Julius speaking of the dumplings his mother used to make. Thank you for the parcel and the fond memories. There's more than enough to share with Gopaz. Now that he forgoes the ether of others, I'm sure he'll appreciate the sustenance. I sometimes wonder what the Void would be like if culinary traditions flourished here once more. Whether it would suffice to break the cycle of mutual consumption. A heartening thought if nothing else. That key of yours intrigues me. Had my former self known of existence, I might have sought different means to reach the source. A beacon from beyond. Zero has something to discuss with you. Until our battle earlier, I hadn't called upon darkness in some time. In truth, I find light a better fit these days. Ever since you left, we've been roaming the void in search of individuals who would join our cause. Although we returned to the Red Moon after sensing Enuo's presence, rarely do we linger in a single location. However, the interloper you spoke of doesn't tend to seek me out. It might be wise to return to my domain. Why don't you join us? With Enuo defeated, the source should be in no imminent danger. Good. We'll wait for you over by the crater. Bye. Nah, kidding. I presume you remember travelling by Nishroch. Once we reach the surface, the creature will convey us to my domain. There is a teleporter situated between here and the centre of the moon. I used it to travel to the surface in days long past, though I seldom had need once my generals were in place. Egayor herself crafted the device that I might lay low the Servant of Light. Ironic that we now use it seeking to restore light to the void. Forgive my idle reminiscences. 'Tis time we made our descent. Whee! There are many in this domain who still fear me. I shall remain here to avoid needless provocation. Though it was not always so, so many who live here now have chosen to do so because they support the cause. Indeed, if our numbers continue to grow, we may require more territory. Thankfully, we were able to harness the residual ether from Barbaricia's domain. Those reserves will enable me to expand mine as the need arises. Right, we had best prepare for a potential guest. Join me in my abode when you're ready. That must be Gomez. I would gladly consume his ether if I stood the slightest chance of not being gobbled up first. Ever since she brought you to this domain, our numbers have swelled. We grow tired of conflict. Gomez is even stronger than Barabaricia was. I thought it best to keep out of his way. That said, Farfellow tells me Gomez isn't so frightening these days. Perhaps he absorbed the will of someone less terrifying. I appear to have made a complete recovery after the ignominy of starving to death. Well, maybe my fellow voicing can be trusted. I waited an eternity for Zero must to save this world, but my faith was misplaced. In the end, it was Zero who brought us hope. She's the reason I keep coming back here day after day. maybe...
Zero is amazing. Truly, Gomez is equal in every sense. How are you faring, mortal? I've been training to alter my form, just like Zero. I'll be the very essence of beauty. Just you wait and see. No longer will I partake of either of other beings, not even if I shrivel and starve.
What's the weather condition here? Vacuity. I can't go down that way. Only one place to go. And that is blocked. I imagine you remember these, the transmitters we used to receive light from the First. If memory serves, they work by channeling excess ether left in the wake of the flood into the Crystal Tower. Using the tower's cross-rift travel capabilities, light is then conveyed into the 13th and into these devices. I have a mind to use them now, but they'll need to be set in an elevated location. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated. Using the transmitters in here won't suit my plan. We require higher ground. Back up the stairs we go. Go, 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 go. This compact contraption facilitates the flow of ether when used in conjunction with identical devices.
Upon activation, these transmitters will shine with light from beyond, sent courtesy of our ever-watchful friends. They will serve as beacons in the dark for those that would seek me out.
Really, I'm not just a mortal.
I am Zero, and this is my domain. 'Tis a safe haven for those who abhor conflict. Among those gathered here, many aspire to restore this world to how it once was.
Such a thing is possible.
Indeed. Though how long the endeavor will take, I cannot say. But for those of us abandoned by death itself, what do we have but time to try, and try again?
Very well. This light is ample proof your comrades spoke true. However long it takes to restore our world, you shall have my aid.
And you shall have mine.
It would seem Julius's intervention has helped forge a new bond. Thank you for bringing word to me. I gather you'll head home sooner rather than later. I want to see if that other guy's going to bet. Ah, there he is. Perhaps I shall use my abilities to assemble a dwelling in this domain. I think everyone else will probably just say the same. He'll talk about beauty. How are you feeling? Yeah. Yeah, they're all saying the same thing. Golbez might say something different. Or this one probably talks about Golbez still. Yeah. That brilliant beam. Though but a drop in the ocean, I'm sure it's ready to dispel the darkness from within some few void scent. I don't think anyone else is going to say anything. Not that I haven't already talked to them about. I gather you'll head home sooner rather than later. Yeah. Then let us return to the Red Moon. I'm sure you won't begrudge me a proper farewell.
Would you deliver a message to Eulus for me? Tell him that we're making progress towards rebuilding our home. And I hope that he is too.
Enuo's Memoria will be safe here. The crystal containing Zeromus has been passed on to our allies in the First. If Enuo's Memoria might serve them in restoring their world, we shall likewise consider its transfer.
How much simpler it would be to aid one another in our respective fights, were it not for these boundaries between us. Safe travels, my friend. We take comfort in the knowledge that you're out there fighting too, wherever you may be.
No luck, I'm afraid. It appears she's not in Mare Lamentorum.
Wait. Is that...
Hey.
God, you had us worried. You suddenly disappeared. We didn't know what to think.
Seems like I got the ability to travel between worlds now.
Shortly after you vanished, the Void-sent incursion abruptly ended.
That might be because I took out the threat.
We surmised you had a hand in that, but never did it cross our minds that you were fighting alongside Zero and Golbez.
This golden path you said you traversed wasn't visible to us either.
Yeah, I thought as much.
Nor did we hear a voice. Ethos. Might this be the key's true name?
While many mysteries remain, for now, I am glad to learn the state of affairs in the 13th. Golbez's suspicion that the barrier twixt worlds has begun to weaken. 'Twould certainly explain the surge in fissures manifesting in the source.
Yet what could be behind such a phenomenon? And who might you be? Not her Void-sent, I'd wager.
Greetings.
Hello, green scale.
I am Helmerut of the Asians. We are your sworn foes, I know. But on this occasion, will you not put away your arms? I wish only to talk.
Thank you for affording me a chance.
Bereft of the Unsundered, we were under the impression you and yours no longer had cause to continue your activities. That you should reveal yourself at this juncture. I assume you are the one who bestowed Calyx with the knowledge of summoning and the reflections.
Yes, that is correct.
Was it necessary to reveal my present form as well?
Calyx. So he succeeded in transferring his memories after all.
Be at ease. Even were I to occupy a combat-oriented vessel, I would not have the ability to defeat you. You destroyed my plan, my life's work. I have naught to replace it, nor will I ever regain what I once had.
If you wish to speak, Halmarut, will you not tell us what it is that you hope to accomplish?
As you know, our star Aetheris was sundered into 4 and 10 shards in the time of the Ancients. As the will of the star, Hydaelyn perpetuated this unnatural division for millennia. And in the wake of her passing, nature has begun to reassert itself. As a wound knits itself together, the star seeks to become whole once more. Yes, it seeks to rejoin with all of its shards. Unlike the one we Ascians attempted to orchestrate, however, the star's rejoining will afford mankind no special treatment. All life and matter will be condensed into a single whole and remade for a new beginning. A complete rebirth. Aetheris will return to the way it once was. Hundreds of millions of years past. To a quiet and peaceful time. Long before the light of mankind was kindled.
Supposing for a moment we believe you. How can you possibly know all this?
It is an inevitability that I have foreseen since time immemorial. A future that awaits should creation be freed from the influence of Hydaelyn and Zodiark. The star is tolerant to life. It holds no grudges, and neither rages nor weeps for being sundered. Yet by the same token, it is indifferent to life's survival. No amount of devastation and death can compel it to stop the wheels of creation from turning. The earth shakes, and mountains spew fire. Floods wash away the fruits of labor, and icy winds freeze and starve. Countless perish as nature runs its course. So many seeds of life have already been lost, yet in spite of this, people continue to believe that the morrow will come. But it will not. For nothing lies beyond the solstice, when all creation is reunited. When that day comes, every last trace of mankind shall be erased. I cherish man's journey. Despite losing his innocence and being made to live with suffering, he has forged ever onward. Strong, even as he is weak, his is a proud tale in the history of the star. 'Twould be a shame for that tale to end. For all to wither and die, when some might yet survive. Would you not agree?
If a natural rejoining doth lead unto the solstice, then thine intent is to preemptively rejoin the worlds.
Correct. It was for this very purpose that Halmarut recruited suitable collaborators from the Reflections. Individuals like me, who would willingly doom another world in order to fulfill their aspirations. The Winterers, we are called. And if you and yours seek to protect all life, then sooner or later you shall have to contend with us.
Even if everything you claim is true, what you've done, Calyx, it's unforgivable!
I do not ask that you be pragmatic, nor do I seek your approval. Given your familiarity with other reflections, 'tis only natural that you are averse to our methods. But there is one irrefutable fact that you must understand. Should we take no action at all, the solstice will come, and no one will be left alive. No one. Of course, should it serve to satisfy your ambition, you are welcome to deal with the reflections as you deem fit. Like the pariah and wanderer who satisfied his own when he brought the star to the brink of ruin to face you.
Wait!
Though I am tempted to dismiss a preemptive rejoining as an utterly absurd solution, her words are not to be taken lightly. Trust the Asians to be plotting something utterly reprehensible. The Asians once laboured to resurrect Zodiark and bring back those who rendered up their lives to summon him. For the sake of those who now live, we fought tirelessly to oppose them. If Halmarut doth truly seek a rejoining to avert this solstice, to ensure some survive when otherwise all would perish, then our interests are not so disparate. Halmarut can't be speaking the truth, can she? You'll have to forgive me, I'm still coming to terms with it all. To think that individuals of Calyx's ilk or worse exist on other shards. Oh yeah, I think you can pet your chocobo now. Cute.
There you are. One moment you were standing before me, and next you vanished to thin air. Thanks to you all, the void scent has been eradicated and the gate lies sealed once more. There's been nary a peep from the crater. Though I couldn't help but notice none of you seem to share my enthusiasm. Is something wrong? The star seeks to become whole, but that's preposterous. As far as I'm aware, Heidelin made no mention of a natural rejoining. I ought to consult the records to be certain, but not before thanking you for dispatching the voice sent so handily. You well and truly saved the day. I realize present circumstances are hardly conducive to do so, but please try to get some rest while you can. I know I would be exhausted after all your trials in the void.
Still seems same. Trail to the heavens. Alpha Noah continues to grapple with Hamlet's disclosure. The implications of the solstice and the winter's screams, as well as our approach moving forward, will take time to consider. To that end, I believe we should gather and speak in person. And by we, I mean all our fellow Scions. For a change of pace, why don't we convene at the Rising Stones? I'm sure Tatu and others would be happy to meet us there. A fine idea in many ways. Our return is long overdue. No objection? No doubt we could use some respite after Garlemald, but I trust there are no objections. To settle then, to the Rising Stones. Rest assured, we will do all we can to support your endeavours. Right, let's see. Rising Stones. Oh, back to Molduna. Rest assured, we will do all we can to support your endeavours. What's that symbol on the map? Right, I do nothing. At times like this, the company of friends is all the more precious. In spite of time's vicissitudes, some things endure. The sanctuary is surely among them. Since leaving for Tyrell, we've been almost constantly on the move. It feels good to put my feet up in familiar stamping grounds. It feels like a lifetime ago I first set foot in these walls, though given we've experienced a lifetime's worth of triumphs and tribulations in turn, perhaps that is only natural. There was much and more to take care of in Garlemald, and even after tending to the wounded, I shall be sure to share a full report with Ochika. 'Tis a pity my stay in Tyrell came to such an abrupt end. I should like to make arrangements to remain in touch with Shale. Maybe a thing has changed since we last gathered here. No doubt Tattoo is chiefly responsible for the prevailing state of tiredness. Speaking of whom, she and a great many of her comrades are en route. Let us wait for them a while longer.
Long it hath been since last we gathered here. Though our order's dissolution was indeed in name only, thereafter we did largely operate independent of one another. All of which is to say, full glad am I to stand in such esteemed company once more.
Apologies for our delay. We're reporting for duty, as bid.
This is everyone that we could round up on short notice. The others are still en route. Estinian alone we weren't able to make contact with, but we're working on it.
No doubt his link pearl is buried at the bottom of his bag.
Knowing him, he'll turn up when we least expect it.
Now, as much as I'd like to savour our reunion, Tataru tells us there have been developments. Will you apprise us of the details? The Winterers and the Solstice.
The veracity of Halmarut's claims remains unclear. Yet it cannot be denied that, in his bid to convert the living into endless, Calyx was privy to knowledge of the reflections and more.
And the Winterers are formed of others, like him.
In light of the recent Void Scent incursions, I believe it would be wise to treat the Solstice as a genuine threat. The problem is how to deal with it.
Both the Source and the Reflections are home to irreplaceable life. I would protect them all if I could. But if doing so means ushering in complete annihilation... then what can we possibly do?
I wonder, was Hydaelyn aware of the solstice?
Given that we had no knowledge of it when you journeyed to Elpis, you couldn't have warned Venar. So, it is entirely possible she was unaware. But in the course of sustaining the Sundered Star, she may have glimpsed this eventuality.
I think she knew, and chose to trust in us.
So she believed that we could overcome this trial as well. Or, rather, that the choice was ours to make.
Whichever it may be, it is we who must find the answer. We who live in the here and now.
Perhaps we could take a recess? Oh, I dare say everyone could use a rest.
Indeed. We have ample food for thought, and it would be good to catch each other up.
Ere I forget, Heron, I believe you should keep the key, Ethos, in your possession. After all, it seems that is one mystery I am not destined to unravel.
Tatu is ever the considerate facilitator. Grateful am I to refrain from weighty discussions and simply converse with old friends. It seems our colleagues have much to catch each other up on. I shall have to brew some tea. Even hearing our comrades' tales reminds me of my efforts to master pictomancy. We've all come so far, striven so hard. The brothers are reunited, yet a distance between them persists. How cruel fate is to force me to choose. Oh, Einor, I hoped you'd come to your senses, but I see you're still in the throes of withdrawal. Don't worry about me. I'm sure you've plenty to discuss with all these old faces. I helped repel the Void Scent incursion in Lapis Manalis. Fighting off fiend-controlled Galati is something I won't rush to relive, but it was nonetheless good training. This latest development is indeed a shock, but I am heartened to see not a single face clouded with despair. Goldenhead and I have remained in Corvos to monitor the situation among the Garleans and Corvosi. Though seldom smooth sailing, in the time the region settled, and we were able to return. I understand the Garlean community has made some strides in improving the relations with other peoples. Hearing that, I feel renewed zeal for resolving the issues in Corvos. Then perhaps you'd like to hear more about the Garleans' accomplishments from me and the twins. It might stoke that fire even hotter. I don't suppose your adventures have taken you to Corvos. While it still bears the scars of war, it's a beautiful region and well worth a visit. Yeah, you 16. 'Twas by no means an easy decision, but as the solstice is now our paramount concern, Alize and I have opted to formally withdraw from our efforts in Garlemald. After all, anything we could do to protect our world will also serve to keep the Garleans safe. Julius and his comrades are already working towards a brighter future of their own accord. Honestly, I'm more worried about us. It's so difficult to see the path ahead, but hopefully we can get through this and return to Garlemald with our heads held high one day. Indeed, in the meantime, let us prepare a letter for Julius and the community. We mustn't let despair stay our hand. We hardly had time to catch up with Mother and Father back in Charlene. I hope they don't take umbrage at so brief a visit. Don't worry about me, I'm sure you've plenty to discuss with all these old faces. After Urianji and I went off on our own, we decided to spend some time exploring Zaktural. We never had a chance to visit during the Rite of Succession, you see. We journeyed east to Lozenhalatia before heading up the coast to the frigid northern reaches, where they revere a storied beast of the sea. The excursion it only served to reinforce just how diverse Tural really is. We also met with the Wallachri. Though we had not the time to study their arts at length, we were privy to several intriguing demonstrations. What that we could have indulged our curiosity further and travelled to yet more distant lands. For better or for worse, pragmatism tempered our wanderlust. Suffice it to say, we still have plenty to see of the continent. I should very much like to return given the chance. Apparently the landscape in the south of Yoktural is quite unique as well. I can see why Catamaran was enamored with the vastness of it all. Judging by your guise, Clemens, your studies must have been productive. Indeed, I have more or less mastered the fundamental principles of Charlayan astrology. At one point I considered exploring other healing arts, but decided to persevere with more focused training to better leverage my skills on the battlefield. I don't think I'd be much use on the battlefield these days. I can scarcely hold my bow steady, let alone hit a target, so sorely bereft of brotherly ministrations as I am. I knew you still required constant supervision. You two haven't changed in the slightest. It makes me wonder how our colleagues that couldn't join us today are faring. Seeing the two siblings together made me think of my sisters and half-sisters. All 12 of us actually had the opportunity together not so long ago. Aina and I were training in Gridania when the Void Scent attacked the Twelvewood. Thankfully, we were able to fend them off with the help of the Twin Adders. When I heard the invasion had already spread across the star, I realized the gravity of the situation and ordered a confidential report sent to the other Scions. That's why Tataru was so quickly apprised. Thanks to you, we were able to make haste for Garlemald. While circumstance and duty may keep us apart, we remain bound by common purpose. Indeed, may that purpose continue to guide us now that we stand together once again. I hadn't seen Hori in some time until today. Hopefully he gets a sense of the progress I've made since we last met. Yeah, just Tataru to say something new. It seems everyone has much and more to discuss with one another. Anyway, you're overdue a proper break. The peace and quiet will help you think. Feel free to make yourself comfortable in Dawn's respite.
Of course, should it serve to satisfy your ambition, you are welcome to deal with the reflections as you deem fit. Like the pariah and wanderer who satisfied his own when he brought the star to the brink of ruin to face you.
I detest evenings such as this. Too bright, too stimulating. The mind distracted by the inconsequential. You needn't be so wary. I merely come to offer information before my departure. Halmarut and I will soon cross the rift to observe the enactment of another Winter's plan. Our destination is the fourth. A world locked in ice, whose lands are blanketed in thick clouds. In order to survive, man has fled to the skies, using great magics to establish new civilizations.
Why tell me where you're going?
I have my own designs I would see realized. Nothing more. Believe me or don't, as you like. For all I know, you lack the means to follow us anyway. What Halmarut said to you earlier. She suggested that dealing with the reflections might satisfy your ambition. But is that truly so? You have seen battles beyond counting, have defeated even the fear of death. Is there some conclusion that you seek, no matter the cost? I will share with you a truth. We Winterers each have an ambition that we wish to fulfill. To that end, we may share information with one another, but we do not necessarily share the same beliefs. Just as you and yours decried my actions, I find those of my fellows objectionable. Be that as it may, it is the culmination of our lives' works that we would bring to the world, fruits born of undying devotion, daring aspiration, and unwavering ideals. No matter how we are reviled, no matter what we must steal, our actions will be vindicated by those who abide in the future we create. In your benevolence, you may seek to save everything and everyone. But once all is consequently consigned to oblivion, your noble deeds will amount to nothing more than folly. For no living soul shall remain to judge them.
If shattered stars are doomed to mend, how turns the key to winter's end? As the word of the mother, Menphilia conveyed the will of the star. Surely she would have known if nature itself ran counter to that will. We must needs ascertain the veracity of Halmarut's claims. I shall send word to my colleagues in Charlotte. They may be able to offer us valuable insights. I'll let you know when discussions are set to resume. Until then, please do get some rest. Alphinaud and Elise saw fit to relinquish their responsibilities in Garlemald and concentrate on the fight ahead. I shall likewise be replenished in my duties as a scion, wherever they may take me. Few tales of Tural reached Corvus, even today. I'd like to hear of your adventures next time we meet. I've been making headway with my training, but I have a long way to go compared to present company. I look forward to learning from the very best again someday. Looks like there's a lull in the conversation. This is my chance. Einar, at least feign a little interest in your sister. This obsession has gone too far. Sounds like you faced a tough fight in the void. I know your instinct is to charge into the fray, but even heroes need rest. I will continue to keep abreast of the situation in Garlemald via reports from the Ulsabard contingent. Should another crisis arise, we will not hesitate to provide our support. Knowing that a connection persists between the 1st and the 13th fills me with joy. I wonder whose voice it was that named the key Ethos. The more we learn, the more mysteries abound. You ought to let Julius know you met with Zero. I'm sure he'll wish to hear she's faring well. When you have a moment, I should like to hear more of your trip to the 13th. I'm just having a little look around, seeing if there's any little tidbits going about. It doesn't look like it. Let's see, let's go to... Gardens. Where's Julius? There he is. So, you met with Zero? Honestly, once I gave you those dumplings, I realized it was a silly request. After all, there was no guarantee you'd see her. I'm glad you did, of course. Let's hope the day comes when such treats are commonplace in the void. Yeah. Let's go to Charlotte. Let's see. Nothing new here, but I should probably speak with you. Welcome back, Elita. Ready for a nap? Let's see. Anything else? Let's see. Alright, let's have a wee look in solution 9. Nothing there. Let's go to Tuliolol. Tuliolol. Right, let's see what we got in Tuliolol. There is quest down there. Oh yeah, Wonder Minstrel. And also a quest up there. Have you come here to share your heroic yarn with me, Elita? Please do go on, you have my rapt attention. So, what have you brought for me today? Anywho, the dread denizens of the depths, who sought out the void gate and thence the source. Having already endured a deathless eternity in the void, it is not inconceivable they would have been content to merely preside over the realm without end. Yet perhaps our light-filled world presented such a loathsome affront as to beckon Enua from the dark, intent on rendering all to naught. Of course, we can but speculate upon their true designs. For your unforeseen arrival upon the Red Moon laid any such vengeful plans to rest. It is fitting that your companion Zero was there by your side as the killing blow was struck, her name evoking new beginnings as it does. Were it not for that fateful reunion, mayhap all light would have been enveloped in darkness, all life trapped within the ceaseless void. A world unmade. 'Tis a paradoxal notion, but one I nonetheless feel compelled to put to song. In darkest depths did they abide, cursed to lurk undying. Life and light did they decry, the void's dread power rising. By golden path was ingress made, will and might prevailing, cleaving through that bleak domain, the void's dread power failing. Have you ever pondered how your life might have unfolded had you been born into that endless dark expanse? Going up here, and then I will stop for a little bit because I need to go to the restroom. I will leave you in the capable. After the attack, I realized that something must burn. All of us working together. The Hall of Promise. Landsguard looks relieved to see you. Welcome back, Elita. You'll be happy to know the guard remains on high alert in the event any echoes appear in Yaktel. As of now, there are no reported sightings. We did, however, recently receive a message from Kizawanka. He's finished conducting his tests with Prish and requests an audience, but Kolchaja has already left to meet with him. I can only assume you wish to be present to hear the results, so I would suggest you make for the outskirts at once. Sorry about that, just realised I left the right one. I expect Kiss and Luana is waiting for your arrival to share the results of his research, so best not to keep them waiting over long. I thought you might come. You're just in time to hear what Kikwin Zazas learned of Axel and Prish. There's still a lot I'd like to see, both in and outside of the dome. But first, I've got to know what Kikwazawa's found out. Kikwazan was a most hospitable host during our time in Solution 9. The dining establishment he took us to were most unusual, but the meals were surprisingly delicious. Thank you all for coming. So, what have you learned? After a thorough examination of Prish and Alexal, we discovered that, Spit it out already. You've made your point that we're not really living. How bad could it be? Yes, as you say, you are indeed an artificial life forms, each possessed of an electrope core. Were said cores to be damaged, it would become increasingly difficult to maintain your form, until eventually you dissipate. This much you already know. And what is the present state of said cores? While Alexal's core shows signs of wear, there is no significant damage. I don't expect it will break apart anytime soon. Prish's core, on the other hand, is, well, to be blunt, it's a wonder you hadn't already blinked out of existence. We used all the electro tricks we had to mend the worst of the cracks. But it has been mended, yes? Her core should hold itself together so long as she remains out of harm's way. Another strong shock to the body is all it would take to fall to pieces. It'll be fine. I won't overdo it. Wouldn't want to miss all the adventuring we still have to do, right? And I couldn't imagine going on without you. We are comrades born of memories from the same home, after all, even if those I can recall are few and far between. that's right. You're always so quick to share what you do recall. It's easy to overlook how much you've forgotten. Yes, the cool Jaja is right here. What is it? There's been an attack in Mamuk. Strange creatures in the Landsguard are unable to identify. An attack! Echoes in all likelihood. The sentries there will need reinforcements. Let's hurry! Born from another world, not truly her own, and she may never even live to see it. Truly fate is a cruel mistress. And yet, the twinkle in their eyes as they walk about Solution 9 suggests nothing of such hardship. I pray this is all resolved soon. I'd very much like to hear more of their adventures here and elsewhere. Cool, Jaja, and you brought the others with you. You've all done well to hold the line. Anata? Here? So you've seen this manner of creature before, not here in Tyrell, surely, but how or why would they find their way here? Echo, so that other world is home to these Anata as well. I remember these fiends. In Vanadial we call them Lamiae. Their cunning is matched only by their ferocity. But thankfully not cunning or ferocious enough to overcome our Landsguard. The situation is a little more complicated than that, I'm afraid. Allow me to explain. We were standing guard when an army of these snake creatures appeared, as if out of nowhere, surrounding us in an instant. Their numbers were beyond count. Had they pressed their attack any further, they could have easily overpowered us and besieged Mamuk. Just as all hope seemed lost, a strange mage arrived, barely a child, judging by her size, and filled the army with a single spell. Then she vanished before we could so much as ask her name or offer thanks. If I didn't know better, I'd say they were describing Kryl. But are her magics that destructive? We also retrieved this letter from the enemy's remains. Dearest Champion, it is with great pleasure that I inform you a vessel for the King has at last been chosen. To that end, I have sent forth this celebratory military procession. I hope that it proves to your liking. You are hereby invited to return to Juno for the coming coronation ceremony. Invited? As if he wasn't planned to release more echoes should we refuse. There are continued skirmishes to the south even as we speak, but I fear it's simply a matter of attrition. Well, I'd love to be the one that gives Sir Olja a good sound thrashing. My place is here with the Lance Guard. You seem to have a knack for passing on information. Your job will be to outline the current situation to the soldiers when they return. Right, then let's go and kick Sir Olja's scaly arse. Don't forget what Kikwazana said. If it looks like things are taking a turn for the worse, get out of there. The Lance Guard will be fine with Bagulja helping hold the line. Hurry and see Savilja. You be sure to give Savilja a good sound thrashing for both of us, you hear? Right, there is a quicker way to get there. Use it. Not you. Ah, here we go. This is the one. Peckish, so strange. I don't recall this being here before. Look, another one of those portals. Maybe he decided to cut the chase and get straight to the fighting. Perhaps, but Sariel Jah struck me as the sort who enjoyed hearing himself talk. So, someone did force their way in. I assumed you lot had simply grown impatient. Thieves, then? No, such a feat is beyond the petty bandits wandering Yaktel. I suppose it doesn't matter in the end. Whoever they are, their fate was sealed the moment they set foot within my domain. Enough with all the prattling. You're clearly no match for Elita, so why not just turn yourself into the Landsguard? Did you not read my letter? I have found a vessel worthy of our one true king. He who first incited conflict in the lands of Vanadiel. This adventure has no chance against such a primordial being. Very good, Sariel Jah. Finally we have the power we need to rule. Rule Vanadiel, yes, but we have need of subjects in this world. Or should we simply slaughter them all? So long as we draw breath, you will not bring harm to this world or any other. I thought you might say as much. I expect nothing less from a man who's... perhaps that's better left unsaid. What are you hiding? What have you learned of who I am? As for you, Elita, never fear. When my echoes are finished with these appetizers, I've no doubt they will take their time on the main dish. So let us not waste any more time. To commemorate this auspicious occasion and the coming of our king, a veritable feast of powerful foes awaits. I should hope you'll survive long enough to grovel at the feet of our new ruler. That bastard didn't even acknowledge I was here. Next time I see him, I'll make sure he never forgets this face or my fists. You'll be doing no such thing, or have you already forgotten Kikwazana's warning? Leave this fight to us, please. Fine, but don't you go and do anything reckless, you hear me? Windur's the third walk now accessible. A primordial being? No, he couldn't have. Whatever he claims to know of me, it matters not. His plans to defile the memories of Vanadiel end here. Interesting. I should be able to consolidate a bunch of these. I didn't know John a way you could consolidate them. Of course, the moment I decide to do something else, that's when the duty will always pop. Hey, Shantoto. I remember when there used to be a giant fate of Shantoto.
What echoes has Sir Roger conjured this time, I wonder? The Great Star Tree. This must be Windust Walls.
Wait, what's this bit? Why is there...
You'll learn there's nothing I can't do.
Have care. There's no telling what will come to next. Fear will not survive this without powerful healing magics.
For my next feat, let's turn up the heat.
Rotting witch.
I'm no saint, so don't expect restraint. My patience is through, and now so are you. Very well.
Oh, come on, I nearly finished casting that.
Damn it! Is everyone all right?
No matter where you run, I'll still have my fun.
Oh, whoa, whoa! Okay, that goes far.
Your offenses demand consequences. Too slow, I fear. You never stood a chance, my dear. I shall snuff your flame out. Another swift rout.
Comrade is down. We mustn't give up. Quickly, someone revive her.
Your offenses demand consequences.
A doll?
You've proven a match for my magic doll. Perhaps you have merit after all.
Wild. Has been besieged. Make ready. The enemy will soon be upon us.
Can't be done. Solemn Sentinels rule number 2. Disobeying the President will bring down the fury of 1,000 suns. Solemn Sentinel rule number 3. Always aim to be the biggest cog in the machine. Solemn Sentinel rule number 4. A swift kick to the groin can leave every prey. Solemn Sentinel rule number 5. Failure means going hungry. Thanks for the offer, but I'll have to pass.
Where is Sorelja hiding? Are these not the undersea ruins of Al-Zadal?
As we endeavour to guard the Empire from threats posed by beastmen, it is the Serpent Generals appointed by Empress Narumashina who lead the charge in our never-ending struggle. Each is granted a name corresponding to symbols of the Empire, the 5 serpents each associated with the element fire, water, earth, wind, and the heavens. Rugadine, the Serpent General, holds command over other 4 Galdar, the Fervent Serpent of Flame, Zarg, the Ardent Serpent of Stone, Malduth, the Ardent Serpent of Gales, and Mili Alipo, the Graceful Serpent of Water. They call upon all who possess the courage and resolve to face the beastmen hordes, to take up arms as sword and shield in defense of the capital.
Is it an
echo can match the resilience of Alexander.
But so basically they just fill they do
shall burn away thy transgressions. Flames shall melt my flesh, seal thy bones, unshackle thy soul. Open thy eyes, my radiance shall guide thee.
I'd expect nothing less of such a deity.
Sense thy transience, know thy insignificance.
Still standing in the face of his judgment. Well done. Someone revive them! A comrade is in trouble! Someone heal them! I say we press on. The Garden of Ruhmet.
How many days has it been since I last found it imbued to sell these damnable runes? Even one might be enough to stop a monk from bullying me. Ah, the things I do for Alexandrite. back here to read that. Thank you for waiting, everyone.
That's the last of them. There is no foe Sorelja can conjure that I have not already vanquished.
It all began with a stone, or so the legend says.
Twilight God! Here!
Enormous and beautiful branch
Sorelja,
to
you
darkness.
bastard!
Its many
You'll
coloured
pay
light filled the
dearly
world
for
with
this!
life and brought forth mighty gods. Bathed in that light, the world entered an age of bliss, until after a time the gods fell into slumber. That world was called Vanadiel.
Who calleth my name?
What in the world? The emptiness threatens to spread.
The reign of twilight is inevitable. Unto them, my essence. Thine arrogant heart shall be mine.
The darkness, it's growing. This place it's been swallowed by the emptiness. The darkness of man's heart made manifest.
Thine own weakness betrays thee.
Oh, Altana, I beg your grace once more. So long as I hold faith in my comrades and they in me, darkness shall find no purchase in my heart.
Darkness.
It's taking the darkness into itself.
Our farewell shall be forever.
The Twilight God could never. What has Sorelja done?
Desire for the emptiness.
A comrade is down. Someone revive them. Careful, lest the darkness take you. A comrade is in trouble. Someone heal them.
Desire for the emptiness.
Fish, what are you doing here?
You can worry about how I caught up to you later. We've got a dragon to slay! Come on, we'll be fine. Aren't we always?
Yes. Yes, I finally remember. Who I was. Who I am. Let us be done with Sir Relja and his schemes. Our journey's end awaits. And with luck, a new beginning.
World Destroyer wouldn't be an exaggeration for this one. Well, that's just one. No! Someone's down! Can anyone revive them? Never thought I'd see a god that'd give Primathia a run for his money.
Primathia assumed this form after its resurrection. I suppose you would have no way of knowing. Shinryu has already brought ruin to one world. We cannot let it come to another.
Not a chance! Let's kick this thing's scaly ass! What the hell was that?
Has Serelja finally prepared the vessel for his king?
Did he just...
This world is mine to conquer,
no.
mine to rule forevermore. Oh, sacred flame from beyond, become my blade and consign my foes to
Everyone, with me! You dare defy me!
I'll show!
Don't you worry about me, prisoner. I'll see this adventure to its conclusion.
Face the king's judgment! My word is absolute!
your world are extraordinary indeed.
It all makes sense now. Phew, glad I made it in time. Okay, I guess it's time to conclude the story. You weren't supposed to be here. Dragon looming over our heads. I know I'm pushing my luck, but I'm glad I was able to help. Indeed you did. In fact, I dare say your presence is what turned the tide in our favor. My king! No! How could this happen? You had the perfect vessel, the power of a god at your command. If it was perfect, then why do their corpses not lay at my feet? I need a new vessel. A stronger vessel. Shinryu only came to be when Promethea, the Twilight God, sought ever greater power. It slew their world's greatest champion and brought ruin to the world. To find a stronger vessel would be no easy feat. What in the hell are you talking about? Promethea didn't slay anyone, quite the opposite, in fact. I was there. Your victory over Promethea, alongside your adventure companion, was but one of countless possibilities. Like Shinryu at the death of Vanadiel's twin. How can you be so certain? The battle against Shinryu, seeing you there, it all came back to me. Both memories of a world where heroes prevailed over Promethea, another where you alone survived another encounter with Shinryu. Preposterous, I know. Yet now it all makes sense. I finally remember who I am, what I am. The memories that echo within that rift between worlds. from past and future alike, from adventurers of our world and those not of our own, somehow intertwined and coalesced into the man who stands before you. Meaning you share the memories of my friend too? Well, that explains how you remember so much about me. We are not to be ignored. Savilja, quickly, I need healing before it's too late. I need more. This place is expansion. Looks like we're back in Juno. No. It can't end like this. I won't let it. I need only return to the Walk of Echoes to find another world, another champion worthy of my cause. Where do you think you're going? You're finished, Savilja. We have to go after Savilja. Where are you, Shantoto? I see you looking at us. Savilja may have gotten away, but he has clearly grown desperate. Best we hurry back to Bakuljaja and consider how best to track the fiend down before he has time to recover. The memory is sleeping in Juno's stir. Perhaps the Humi adventurer has new knowledge to share with you. Damn, I didn't get any of the tattered scroll things. We have to go after Savilja. Distant promises. Alexel is eager to pursue Savilja. Let us return to Mamuk for now. Perhaps someone in the Landsguard spied Savilja as he fled. There you are. If you have any burning questions about this place or anything else in Vanadiel, I should be happy to answer them. Let's see. Tell me about Shantoto. Of course I knew of Shantoto. She's the former Minister of the Oristry and the head of the Parliament of Patriarchs. After a string of resounding victories in the Crystal War, she returned home a hero. To this day she is regarded as one of the greatest black mages to ever live. Yet even with all her accolades and achievements, it's all but impossible to look past her arrogance and short temper. Superiors, subordinates, acquaintances, both old and new, are all subject to her threats and insults. Myself included. Even now, the memory of being made her unwitting accomplice after a curse gone wrong still haunts me. As if she alone weren't terrifying enough, rumour has it she's created a veritable army of magic dolls in her likeness, each able to wield magic as powerful as the wizard herself. No one knows why she would do such a thing, but it wouldn't surprise me if she was secretly plotting to build her own empire. There's a reason they call her the Demon of the Federation, after all. Fortunately for us, we are her allies rather than enemies, for now at least. If you should chance to meet her, she cannot know you heard any of this, understand? Certainly not from me. Even if I am only an echo, I've grown rather fond of living. Tell me about Alexander. Alexander, the light divinity. Yes, I know of him. As his name suggests, Alexander is revered for his ability to manipulate light, creating the perfect defense against any attack. That light can also be wielded as a terrible weapon, smiting his foes with divine judgment. Or so they say. I had a hand in helping an adventurer who sought an audience with the Colossus, but I know not what they found in the ruins, where he is said to slumber. If you ever find yourself at Urgan, perhaps you can find out the truth for yourself. A good place to start would be joining Salahim's Sentinels. They're well connected and always looking for capable mercenaries. You should know though, their president is something of a tyrant, and the pay can be less than desirable at times. Should you choose to join them, I can't be held responsible for what happens. Tell me about Promethea. The Twilight God. I know the legends, yes. It is said that after Altana created the 5 races, Promethea cursed each with a negative trait. What's more, he birthed the Beastmen in the hopes that they might one day destroy Altana's creations, the darkness to Altana's light. I did once hear a very different interpretation of their relationship, and how Promethea may have actually had a hand in man's creation. They went on to talk about how the chains that bind Promethea bind us all, and something about a struggle to break free. I never did figure out what they meant. I can only imagine what long and arduous journey they endured to ascertain the truth. Even if they tried to explain something, it tells me I have failed to comprehend it. Which is why I decided to set out on a journey of my own, to explore the unknown. Maybe I'll discover the truth of the world for myself. And if the fates are kind, I'll cross paths with that adventurer again someday. I'd fancy an adventure with you as well, should the opportunity arise. And the last one, Shigryu. Not many people know this, but the cavernous maws dotting the lands of Vana'diel are actually gateways. They lead to another Vana'diel. A native of that place brought a number of us adventurers there in hopes of saving his home. Its skies were stained red, its hands mirrored in shadows. He called it Abyssia. There were strange and horrible monsters unlike anything in our world. The most terrible among them was a dragon whose power rivaled even the gods. Shinryu, we eventually managed to overcome the fiend with aid of a special primeval brew that granted us preternatural strength. And you're saying this Sarilja was able to fuse Shinryu together with Galuljaja? I struggle to imagine the horrors such a king would inflict upon the world. Had his plan succeeded, it would have spelled the end of everything as we know it. I certainly hope you apprehend him soon, before he find some other means to abuse memories of Vanadiel. A pity we must always be reminded of the world's evils when there's so much good in it. But with adventurers like you to help defend that good, I know we'll all be alright. Oh, do you have praised the Landsguard of what we discovered? Where in the hell did Serilja disappear to? Glad to see you returned in one piece, Elita. We heard from Malxal, so Serilja's schemes beyond the rift have been thwarted then. As well, we've routed the last of the echoes on this side of things, thanks in large part to Bakuljaja. However, we recently lost contact with one of our scouts shortly after the reported sighting Serilja somewhere in Gokdrak Descent. Bakuljaja is heading there now, but it would put our minds at ease if you were to accompany him. Of course! It sounds as if he's not far from the portal to Juno. We should hurry. Serilja is heading to Gokdrak Descent. Means Sansvizni may have entered the Skydeep Synod. I fear for the guards stationed there. What is he scheming now? Does he truly intend to conjure more echoes? Serilja, he took us unawares. We tried to stand our ground, but he forced his way into the Skydeep Synod. Bakuljaja arrived but moments ago and immediately set off in pursuit. After taking our report, I hope he can handle that slippery snake. If anyone be fine, it's him. That said, Serilja does not want to give up without a fight. We haven't a moment to lose. Perhaps I should make for the Mist Continent. No, it would be all too easy for them to track me there. I have no choice but to return to the rift. It's over, Suriel. By the authority of the Landsguard, I am taking you into custody. Already they're upon me. I must set aside my pride, if only for a moment. I beg you wait, my king. Your king? If Tuliel is to return to its former glory, Mamolja require a worthy leader to unite them. and there remain none more worthy than you, the elevated chosen. Indeed, I have no doubt your father too longs to see you take your rightful place upon the throne. So come, Bakuljaja, come with me to... So you would tempt the lapdog with not a bone but a crown. I didn't expect your bravado to give away so easily, Cyrielja.
You won't be gloating for long.
Ah, what fortuitous timing. You three, please, will you not convince our dear Bakuljaja here to stay his plate? After everything you've done to sully the memories of our home for your twisted ends, you expect us to help you? I wish to make amends. Yes, amends for my transgressions. You are cursed as a child to never age, is that not so? Being made from memories as you are, it would be a simple matter to restore the flow of time to you. I'm fine just the way I am, thank you very much. And since you admit you've done wrong, we should discuss punishment. Maybe a knuckle sandwich or two. I can return you home to Vanadiel, to perish in a world which one bears no ties is ill-befitting adventure of your caliber. Would you not agree? Let me send you back where you belong. There's no denying I long to see our home, but I also long to see our friend here bring you to justice. Without me, you'll be stranded. You would really forsake your only means of return home for this brute you've but recently met? It matters not when we met, nor whether he means to repay any kindness shown him. He's our friend. We don't need any more reason than that. Fools! All of you! Such childish naivety is why you could never be king. And why you will never play into the hands of Alexandria's queen. Trust is how you find yourself a tool, used and cast aside like so much rubbish, but I will be a tool no longer. If you would throw in your lot with the other refuse, then it would be my pleasure to mark this your grave. You will die here mourning the world you will never set eyes upon again. You have strength enough to stand on your own, so why? What good is joy without those to share it with? I can think of a few pleasures in life greater than shared victory after grueling trial against powerful foes. A joy shared is a joy doubled, as they say. I will never understand such folly. Live long enough and you'll find someone to thaw that icy heart of yours, after you've atoned for your crimes, of course. Thank you, but what will you do now? What do you mean about getting us home? It's fine, really. This place is kind of growing on me. Oh, my dear Prish, is remaining in this world truly your wish? Shantoto, but how? Might we save the pleasantries for a more tranquil space? I've grown tired of the unsightly decor in this place. I take it you're an ally then. Very well, let us return to Mamook. If the doll we fought before wasn't an echo, then no, it couldn't be. Seville may have outdone himself with his echo, but I haven't seen the Veil Chateau since we met in Windhurst. These Mamoja have shown me no hostility. How novel! Beastmen versed in civility. But where is the one who escorted us here? Is it rare for their two-headed ilk to appear? As head of their guard, he has simply gone to apprise them of what took place in the Skydeep Synod. More importantly, Shantoto, might I ask? Silence! I hear the deafening screech and the wheels in your mind turning. But fret not, you shall have the explanation for which you are clearly yearning. To begin, as I'm sure you already know, I hail from Vanadiel, the one and only Shantoto. And it was you, too, who bested this magic doll. A rather amusing and unexpected sight to see myself fall. I thought it peculiar that an echo would pit a decoy against us. Echo? An interesting name for the creatures we felt. Much like you, born from memories of our home as well. As true as anyone with eyes could plainly see. Well made, like my dolls, but no true article like me. So it really is you, Dox. Or rather, a doll created by the real you, who now speaks through you. This is all a little confusing. Dogs? Ahem. Even here, I'm glad to see you're the same as ever, my dear. My cross-rift research was proceeding apace when I sensed a disturbance in that interplanar space. I was being watched. The nerve, the gall, to end his curiosity, I sent this magic doll. To find both Juno and Windhurst here was quite the surprise. No one but two faithful replicas. I couldn't believe my eyes. There was also a half-made bus dock, shoddy work at best. The echo of a certain engineer could have built it with zest. His absence meant there was no guilt in laying the city to rest. And soon after we found you beset upon by more of those strange creatures. Not that it would prove more than a mere trifle for you, of course. In that first instant we met, I knew right away you posed no threat, and yet the thrill of a good fight filled me with such delight, I could hardly resist trying to set you both alight. As you might have guessed, Shantoto is wont to get a little carried away when the mood strikes her. In any case, you'll be happy to know that Cirilja, the fiend responsible for preying upon the memories of Vanadiel, has been apprehended. You needn't worry about any more prying eyes in the midst of your work. If the trouble has passed, then my work here is through. This doll would return home. But what of you two? Both your living cores appear compromised, so it's hard to say how much longer you'll survive. Both are cores? It would seem our battle with Shinryu took a heavy toll. If you wish to come along, you need only ask. Ensuring your safe passage is a simple enough task. The offer is appreciated, but I think I'd rather stay. There's still a lot of adventuring I'd left to do with Elita. I would stay as well, but I'll not deny it. It's a choice I made with some reluctance, but if my time is short, I would spend it here on an adventure with my friends. If you don't mind waiting, our adventure doesn't have to be here. You mean to find a way to Vanity L? That's a wonderful thought, but how in the world do you plan to make it over there? Leave it to me. I suppose I shouldn't put it past you to find a way. Then it's settled. We'll save our adventuring for Vanity L. With any luck, we'll have found a solution to our Electro predicament by the time you arrive. But before we go, could we see maybe just a little bit more of Tuliolol? It's only right we say our goodbyes, and I've still plenty left to pester you about besides. Did I hear that right? You're looking to take a trip around Tuliol. In that case, there's at least one place I'd like to take you along the way. Noting the contrast with Vanity L has been a real treat, so I'm coming along too. And that's that, my sweet. Just as well. Something tells me I would regret leaving you to your own devices. I suppose the Drigable landing is a good place to start. When you're ready, we'll meet you there. It'd sure be nice to have one last tackle before we go. Your suggestion of visiting Vanity L was surprising, and yet very like you. Seeking a means to travel between worlds sounds like an adventure all on its own. You have tribes resembling moblins and trolls as well. What other kindred races live here, pray tell? I hope you haven't been waiting too long. Before I tend to my own business, I'm sure there are a few places in particular you'd like to visit before returning home. While you see to Alxal and Prish, I will show Shantoto about the city. Once everything is finished, we can reconvene at Zagrev Tai. If I didn't know any better, I'd say Bagulja has grown a touch more hospitable since we first met. Shall we start by paying a visit to the Landsguard? They have been pretty big help, haven't they? Alright then, let's head to Brightboon Post. Being our last time and all, I'd like to take in the sights a little along the way, if it's the same to you. Even should we be worlds apart, ours an adventure I will never forget. Tuliol sure is a wonderful place. peasant people over in Urapaka sure have made an interesting way of talking about money, don't they? Makes me want to go and visit just to hear them haggle. They all seem to be such shrewd salesfolk too, always finding just what I was looking for even before I asked. Bleeding mind readers, I tell you. During our time in Kozama Uka, the Moblins told me of the Potsworn and their practices to foster an environment for crafting the greatest gold and metalwork in Tyrell. Such disparate peoples working together in such a fashion is something you would never see in our world. Perhaps it's what I'll miss the most when we return home. Oh, hello. The fresh produce at the stall over there puts me in mind of all the amazing food we've had here in Tyrell. Alpaca steaks, Vaybrook pickle, the Matty tea cookies. Oh, what I wouldn't give for more cookies. And the Alexandrians were no slouches with their cooking either, though I wasn't expecting cultivated meats. So many tasty foods. I haven't had time to eat. So many desserts. I feel I owe a great deal to the merchants of this market, and the supplies they furnished me with for our adventures. One can never be too prepared, though Prish would perhaps disagree. I look equal parts impressed and concerned on her face as she regards my bag full to bursting with potions. Old habits die hard, I suppose. The other day I was talking to someone in the outskirts who was torn about going home to Tuliala, there being that 30-year time gap and everything. I know what it's like to lose time, which is why I told them they should make that trip while they still can. Even if there's people they lost in that 30 years, there could still be people here waiting for them. I wonder if they're already here. Before I forget, I meant to ask you about those talking catfish. Are they also considered one of the tribes of people here? Whenever I see them, I instinctively wish to protect them and their adorable little faces. Were they not so violent, I would be sorely tempted to take one back home with us. Welcome back. On behalf of the Lance Guard, you have our sincerest thanks. As I am sure you already know, Sir is being held in one of our cells and awaits sentencing by the Wing of Reflection. There was a time when his crimes against Tyrell and the throne would have undoubtedly resulted in his death. That said, I believe redemption is not impossible. The cool Jaja has proven that. So there is also the matter of life lost at Sir hands. But these are matters you needn't concern yourselves with any longer. I take it you'll soon be setting off somewhere? We are, as it happens. Home. We thought it only right we come here and say goodbye. Could you also pass along our thanks to Kikruzana? Yes, of course. I've no doubt he'll be sad to see you go, as will the rest of the Lance Guard. May you both have a safe journey. If we have no other stops to make, then let's make for Ziggurat Tai. Thank you again for all your help in dealing with Cyril John and the Echoes. Safe travels, friend. I hope we meet again someday. Even should we be ours, but ours an adventure I will never forget. Tulio sure is a wonderful place. Oh, here we are, though I see no sign of Bakuja Gel. Perhaps the tavern keep has seen them. Come with colourful company today, I see. Will it just be the three of you? We're actually expecting 2 more, actually. Sorry to keep you waiting. Addressing all her questions proved more time-consuming than I anticipated. And address them he did, without a moment's hesitation. The mammoth of this world have exceeded my, admittedly, low expectations. Before you all leave, I wanted to treat you to one last round of tacos. Let's find a place to sit. Aren't you good to eat? I swear the tacos here in Tulio will change your life. While the offer is appreciated, this doll needs only magics to be duly satiated. Wow, these tacos are amazing as Aunt T's. If I might have your attention, everyone, today we will offer you all a special treat. A treat for the ears. A special performance by Scuria, the up-and-coming songstress hailing from Alexandria. My, what's the chances we would meet again here of all places? She's been practicing every day since you left, determined to realize her dream of becoming a songstress. Imagine her surprise when Fukivu approached us, asking if she could hold performances at his establishment.
So what do you think?
I'm finally doing it. I'm bridging the gap between Tuliol and Alexandria through music. Absolutely incredible. I'm glad I got to hear you sing before I had to leave. Leave? Does that mean you're finally going back home? In that case, I'll just have to go and sing there someday. I'll be the best singer they've ever seen. No doubt about that. Looking forward to it. Something about him gives me déjà vu. I've sensed a similar power, but from who? An adventurer who's always traipsing about. I'm sure I'll have time later to figure it out. A beautiful voice like that is certainly to be popular here in Tuliolo. Hopefully she visits Mamook as well. My mother would love to hear her sing. Strangers newly met, forging bonds to last a lifetime. Is that not what it is to be an adventurer? Mouth-watering tacos, an unforgettable serenade from Scoria. What more could I possibly want? Time, I guess, but there's no point in trying to delay the inevitable. Alright, we're ready to go. Then let us make for Juno without delay. The connection home is strongest there, and it will help us on the way. Will you be seeing us off, or are you planning to stay? I told the other echoes here that they can return to Vanadiel, but all chose to stay. They said if they're fated to fade away anyway, they'd rather seek out new adventures here. Adventurers really are a crazy sort, aren't they? Despite our many trials and tribulations, I would not trade any of my memories of this place for anything in the world. For everything you've done for us, I thank you. My brother still finds it hard to believe that the Shantoto will be able to take them home, but I know she can. The power of that doll exudes is palpable. Whoever's controlling it is a mage of the highest order. Do you suppose most people in the world are so absurdly powerful? If we have no further cause for delay, I shall plot a course for home and show you the way. Concentrate on home. Hold its picture in your mind. Reach out with all your heart, and the path twixt worlds will answer in kind. Well done. I'm impressed. Pupils worthy of merits, and that is no jest. I confess you have potential. You're not just all bluster, certainly better than a certain total loser could muster. Alright then, until we meet again. I guess we may have overdone it a little with Shinryu. We had a lot of fun in the fun times here, didn't we? I met so many interesting people. I'll treasure these memories of Tural for all my days, however many that may be. And I expect to see you in Vania Diel someday, you hear? That big world of ours will always be waiting. Waiting for you. It is strange to think I will soon live alongside those self-same adventurers whose memories created me. Stranger still that you too may someday cross paths with them. Should that day ever come, I hope you will afford them the same kindness you gave me. And invite them on an adventure to create new memories all their own. I hate to interrupt, but I don't think it's wise to waste any more of the little time they have left. But you should come back for tacos sometime. We're comrades now, after all. And we've always been short on those, eh, brother? Take care, you two, and safe travels. Until next time, Draconia Elita. It suddenly seems so quiet now. Dry your tears, brother. You still have me. What tears? Out of the two of us, I'm the strong one. We should be heading back to Mamuk. I'm sure Mother is curious to know what's become of Axel and Prish. Just something in my eye. Ah, you've returned, Elita. But where are Axel and Prish? Have they? Yes, Mother, they've returned home. A bittersweet parting, I'm sure. Those you consider friend are few and far between. I didn't say they were friends. They're comrades, Prish, Axel, and Elita. Nothing anyone else says will change that. It would be remiss of me not to offer thanks as well before you go. I shudder to think what would have happened not only to Mamuk, but all of Tuliolal had you not come to our aid. Threatened by our own ritual magics no less, never could we have imagined them being combined with Electrope to serve such nefarious ends, which is why the techniques for conjuring shades will henceforth be forbidden, never to be passed down to future generations. We might have walked a similar path if not for you and Huklamat. We made many mistakes during the Rite of Succession, hurt many people. Despite all we've done, we were given a second chance, and so long as there are those who believe in us, we will keep trying to live up to their expectations. We've found the right path now, and I won't stray from it again. We refuse to be a burden to our comrades. Bakuljaja? It's not too late to find yours as well, Father. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that people need only the opportunity to change. Perhaps you're right, son. Perhaps you're right. If you're ever in need of help again, don't hesitate to call on me. Your enemies will rue the day they met Bakuljaja. Perhaps violence shouldn't be our first solution. You could learn a thing or two from the Vow of Reason, brother.
Do you suppose Prisha and Alxal made it home safely? I hope they can come back and see us someday.
Perhaps I'll find a way to go and visit them first. Memories abiding within Juno's stir once more. Perhaps the adventurers there have new knowledge to share with you. Something wrong? It's nothing, just thinking on all we've been through. It was some adventure. At the beginning of our journey, I had nothing. No name, no memory of who I was, only a vague sense of duty to guide me. With each battle we found a way forward, and eventually I would remember. I remembered what it was I was fighting to protect. Something more valuable than any treasure. you fight to protect it as well, which is why I know we will meet again. Until that day. Let's be off. Adventure calls. We'll leave the light on. Good to see you, Elita. The woods have been blissfully quiet of late thanks to you and Bukul Jeja. Perhaps a little too quiet for his liking, I think. It seems he still pays visit to Juna from time to time. He would never admit it, but I think he's lonely now that Axel and Kush are gone. If you have time to spare, I'm sure he'd be glad for your company.
Though he stopped Sarielja, the magics that created Juno have yet to fade. Needless to say, many here find it cause for concern. But I see it as an opportunity, for that echo of a city may yet prove a bridge between our world and Vanadiel. You can be sure the Landsguard intends to keep it under close watch.
Are these all new? Fancy my hat to you. This, my friend, is a jeweller's chapel. Considering the great lengths I went to procure it, I'll be damned if anyone takes it. Finally, 100 million gil. All that farming really paid off. The city is unlike anything I've ever seen in Terrell. What secrets do you suppose are buried here? My mole companion recently taught me about merit points which can be used to further improve my abilities. The hunting required for it demands considerable offensive capabilities, and so my comrades were often reluctant to let me join it, which is why I gave up my sword and shield for two-handed blades. I don't suppose you know anything about the Bushin, do you? It is said that it will grant a black belt to the monks who have proven their mastery of the fist. There's a Taru around here somewhere that claims to know where the Bushin is, but he'll only tell me if I fulfill a number of preposterous requests. I already managed to get hold of the worm bird he wanted, but now he wants a behemoth tongue. The smart thing to do would be to stick with my brown belt and leave well enough alone, but the increased speed and resilience the black belt offers is too great to ignore. Ever since I got hold of this staff, people finally stopped asking me to heal when we go hunting. In fact, warriors and thieves started timing their attacks to match my casting flare. It's finally Black Mage's time to shine. Every time I think I've reached my potential, there's always one man I can rely on to push me past my limits. He asks for the most peculiar things like pepper rice and rusty knickknacks. But his final trial is a fight against the old man himself. I've already lost him 20 times now. Don't think I'm forcing you, he says. But then he makes me want to try harder. Next time I plan to overwhelm him with a barrage of Aero 3. Are we in Juno? I swear I was hunting Calibrian Bravado. Tickets not long ago. I remember a bright light and then darkness. I think I heard someone ranting about how they failed, and echoes. It didn't really make sense. All that time putting together a party wasted. It's going to take forever to improve my close position at this rate. I'm something of a treasure hunter, and judging by your gear, I say you've claimed your fair share of spoils too. Or maybe not. If you happen to find anything interesting, I'd love to see it. I think that's all the extra people. I've looked high and low, but there's no sign of any treasure or townsfolk for that matter. If I do manage to find anything, I suppose I'll just help myself. Right, so you can get the Starlight Celebration from any of the three. First movement. Got all of the first movement. All of the second movement. So I've got all these third movement ones to get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 17 or 18. cool jet around here, or is he maybe in the castle area? Can't see him here, maybe in the castle. I'm afraid I cannot permit you into just some parts of this time. I know that you are always welcome here too. Fine. There's always an upstairs here. Anyway, that's all for now. Stay tuned for later broadcasts of my uploads of my videos. I'm planning on doing the Extreme and Unreal either tonight or tomorrow at some point. Until then, take care, love you all. Bye for now.